Hello, everybody. Beautiful. Hello, everybody, and welcome to round five of the March 2024 Championship Open held by the Excelsior Chess Club. And we just did 4 rounds of chess, and now we're going to get to the number five. Let's see what happened in round four. So Andrew did win his game against Christopher. Draw between Devin and Kinvira. Apremi won against Nathan, Brandon won against Isaac, and Melissa beat Richard. So after 4 rounds, Andrew is sole possession of first place. If he can get either a win or a draw, it's first prize. It's very exciting. Apremi has to win or draw just to maintain. Actually, you have to. Apremi has to win just to maintain a chance at either getting tied for first or getting second place. So, and then Brandon and Kavira, if they win each their games, they might have a chance at either at second or third place. So, Devin's also at 2.5 too. So again, a lot can happen in this round. Under 2000s. Go to round four. So Hansi won game against Muhammad. Annual got a draw against Noah. Leroy won against Kadrin. Jaden lost against Arush. Gayathra, or Gay3, drew against Barshan. Gary lost against Rick. Larry drew against Ricky. Diganth won against Edgar. Lost against Lucy. Suk lost against Pavan. And then there was a bye. So after 4 rounds, we have a tie for first place between Leroy and Hansi. And they are going to be playing. Sorry, I have to do it this way. My bad. There's going to be a tie. They have a tie for first place between both. 3.5 at 1600 ELO. That's pretty good. And this is all going to matter. So we could have a potential 5-way tie for first place. Holy smokes. Because if Leroy and Hansi draw, so if draw, and someone from Harush or Henyol wins, and then Noah wins, it could be a 3-way tie. No, 4-way tie for first place. 1, 2, and then 3, 4. 4-way tie for first place is definitely possible. Or whoever wins the game between Leroy and Hansi will be sole possessed first place. And then whoever loses might get third place because Arush and Henry and Noah will be playing for second place. So a lot of tension. Very possible, very possible. And the rest are fighting for rating and for glory. That's what we like to say. Okay, top of leaderboard. We went through all the rounds already. This is where we stand. Sean is playing outstanding today in every sense. 4 for 4, going against IM David Cummings. David just came off a really, really nice win with the English opening today in round 4. So this is definitely going to be a match to. This will have to be the feature match to see who is going to win sole possession of first place. Now, if we do have David beat Sean, then there's a possible chance for 2-way tie, first place. Because Beitor and Razvan are playing against each other. One of them can win, get 4 points, tie with Sean, and now we got. Actually, no, sorry. So if Sean loses his game, David gets first place. If David loses his game, Sean gets first place. And then if there's a draw, Sean maintains first place. So Sean just needs a draw, just to control for keep first place. And then we have a lot of 2.5s. We have Christian versus Ryan, 2.5. Timur versus Tony, Eric versus Ryan, Sergey versus National Master David, Larry versus Noah, and Valerie versus Riyadh. So that's going to make up the top 8 we're going to watch today. Jaypreet's at 2 against Lakshana. Nick is going to go up against Eric. April is going to go against Elias. Andrew is going to go against Ashwin. And Ian has the bye. With the last 4 not playing. So that is where we're standing. So yes, all eyes are going to be on Sean today to see if he's going to keep first place. But there's going to be a lot of good games happening, especially in the top 8 where we get to watch. So it's going to be fun. It's going to be excellent. Oh. Well, 2 more minutes before we start. Oh, looks like Larry knows the game's gonna get. Unless somehow something happened and a draw just got declared. Things happen. You never know. Okay. Games should be starting any moment now. Okay. Okay, we got the feature match today for round 5. It looks like it started off with a Carol can. Razvan Beitar's playing against Razvan, and Beitor starting off with D4. We go over here, Ryan versus FM Christian. 4's been played. French defense. Ooh, got the D3. That's interesting. E3. Usually you play. This is funny. This is actually what I play against Carol Cat. But usually it's E4, E6, D4, D5. But instead D3 is being played. And we get the Knight D2 line. Very interesting. I think this is called a King's Indian attack for the French, if I remember. Here we got a good old Queen's Gambit accepted, d4, d5, c4 accepted, e3, knight f6, bishop c4, and e6. Very standard, knight f3, a6, all pretty standard here. Here we have, looks like we have a reti, d4, g7, knight f3, bishop g7, and g3. Here we have another Caro Cam. This is the advanced variation. So e4, c6, d4, d5, e5, bishop to f5, bishop to d3, exchange, e6, knight e2, and then we got c5. So very standard here. White's going to look ahead to play c3, and then we're probably going to see something like queen b6, or if not queen b6 right away, knight. All these are very regular, normal line possibility. And lastly, but not least, Valerie versus Rion. We got a good old Benoni. Oh, Benoni. D4, C4, C5. I haven't seen this. I used to play this for a while. Oh, but this is the E5 line. Okay. This is interesting. Yeah. Usually I like white. But who knows? Maybe Rion has something planned. Because this is pretty comfortable. Black has a couple of different options. H6, one of them. Maybe even a quick knight h5 to get an f5 going. But white has can play knight g3, can play, and you know what? White could also be aggressive too and actually play h4 lines, possibly. Well, keep an eye on this game. This one might come out to be a very tactical banger. Let's head back to the feature match game. So knight f3, we got d5, we have d3. So we can lead to this line. Very simple. But instead, queen goes to c7. Okay. Yeah, so if that led to the queen's exchange line, that looks like it'd be a very drawish line. So I don't think David wants to do that. David's trying to play for the win. And he wants to take out a knight c3 is natural, and pawn take. So you could take back with the knight or pawn. Usually taking back with the pawn is a little more standard, let's call it. Standard is the word we're using a lot today. So we got 12 moves in already. So we got, oh, we got the Slav defense. Okay, so d4, d5, c4, c6, knight f3, knight f6, e3, bishop f5, knight c3, e6, knight h4 immediately to go after the good bishop. Bishop to e4, f3, bishop to 6, queen b3, queen c7, d3. And this is so the bishop fianchetto, bishop to e7, cx d5, knight takes, pawn takes, and we have e4. Again, focusing on having a nice strong center, eliminating that light bishop with the knight. This should be, yeah, this is very like I wouldn't say drawish, but like positions are completely balanced. And here we have a actual king defense. I don't know the name of this line. I think there's also options of. I don't think that doesn't work. No, well, actually, it's not bad. But usually, black will just play this, play d6, and have a nice solid bishop staring down at b2. Instead, we're going for b5, which is nice because you can't really play this because knight e4. There's a lot of tricks here. Go out and get this rook on a1. So after c6 b5, there's a lot of ways you could play this. You could play a6, play queen to b5, attacking the king after the pawn. Of course, this pawn is also potentially hanging too, so that's something that black is going to collect very shortly after they play such a move as b5. Okay, so this French is very different. So after knight e2, knight f6, we're playing the g3. So, very different setup. I've seen this played over time on like speed games, but in a classical, it could be very different. Maybe something that could surprise Tony, make it out of his not prep, but like out of his wheelhouse. Maybe that's what Timur is trying to go for. But knight c6 has been played. Again, this is a pretty solid game right now. Okay, so turning into this game, got quite a bit's happened. So we have e6, knight f3, a6, castle, b5, very standard here. Not moving the bishop down to just a little bit, and then playing bishop b7, queen 2. I've seen c6 here, I've seen c5 here, but it looks like black went to go for knight b7, rook d1, and then c5, a4, b4, and knight bd2. I feel like these pawns are a little bit fragile, so black has options. Black can play c7 with some more defense or pressure on this pawn. Bishop e7 is also possible to make sure you're castling right away. You could take d4, but then most likely knight's going to be actually, or no, pawn or knight's going to be taken back. So it's tough to say. I like the knight personally. Okay, so after bishop fianchettos, we got knight 7, castles, e5, dxc, ex or dxe, and now white has a lot of different ideas. c3 could be one of them. a4 to like close a little bit of space. Queen d3, I don't like that move personally, but knight c3 looks like the most normal of the line. Controlling the d5 and e4 square. Okay, so here we have a full Caro-Kann main line going on. So after c5, on to c3 makes sense. Knight d7, knight d2, knight e7, knight f3. So again, supporting e5, supporting double supporting d4. Usually this is where all the support's needed. These type of lines. Knight c6, castling. Bishop e7. That's where you are right now. Looks like so black has a lot of options. Knight f4 is one. I've seen rook b1 too, followed by b4 to expand on the queen side a little bit. I like knight f4. I like the flexibility. Also, there's other moves too, like knight e1 to play f4 and then go for a possible f5. So white's kind of in the driver's seat. White's going to decide what style of, even though this is like a Caro-Kann, like what style are they going to play? Are they going to be aggressive? Speaking about aggression, we have some interesting moves here. So after bishop d3, castles, knight g e2, knight h5 sadly. So it looks like we want to have an f5 push happen right away. White castles, and then bishop g5. Whole goal is just to get the queen here. But here's the thing. After this takes This takes. Queen is going to try and trade. Obviously, you don't want to trade a queen because put all this energy here just to queen out and try and cause some attacks. You can always play f4. If this is taken, again, you have like options. You can play. Well, this bishop's under attack, so maybe you have to like take it with the knight. And if you got a rook defending this this bishop on d3, yep, it's time to go to e5 and start yakking at the queen, trying to take it over. So one particular line that might happen. It's possible though. Okay, going back to the main feature game. After knight c3, we have pawn takes. E pawn is the normal move. E5, bishop c4, and b5. So again, being a little bit on the aggressive side. Bishop e3, and we have h6 because you don't want any of those knight 8 g5, bishop g5 moves. Yeah, white has definitely a bit of a development lead. Black just has a couple of pawns out and a queen, but again, still pretty quite equal. Okay, so been quite a lot of moves here. So Beitor played knight h4, bishop e4, f3, bishop g6, queen b3, queen c7, g3, bishop e7, c takes d, dxc, knight takes, pawn takes, e4. Knight c6 is the most natural move. Bishop f4 is coming. Queen to e7. So, Point Engine, it likes this move. I'm not sure why though, because you take. Isn't this like kind of a bit of an advantage? Maybe not. Oh, but this pawn's like kind of vulnerable. Maybe there's ways to like counterattack. Black king can just go to d7. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. It's not as good as I thought. So after d7, castle queenside. Now this is where the game. It'll be fun. Okay. Let's go see. Okay. Ryan versus Christian. So after g3, we've had c5, d5, e5. So pawn takes, queen a5, knight c3, knight e4. So we got 3 pieces putting pressure on the pinned c3 knight. What's the best move? What is the best move? Well, according to this, queen b3 looks like it might be a decent move because it supports the pawns and supports the knight a little bit further. Knight d2 is also possible, but it looks like it's completely even if the knight goes there. A lot of ideas, a lot of opportunities in the Okay, let's go back here. So knight f6, g3, knight c6, bishop g2, and bishop c5. So black's going for kind of a standard dynamic. White's going for a really slow but solid French defense. 2 very different styles. Who knows what's going to happen here? Hmm. Okay, so Queen C7 happened. Bishop D2 I kind of like because then I have the opportunity of moving the rook over here further. Probably leaning more towards moving the rook here. This rook on D1. I want to keep my rook on A1 aimed at this pawn. Protect at all costs. Maybe even probably eventually do a push. But right now Bishop D2 seems most logical. I don't know if you want to put a knight on E5. It doesn't really do as much in the moment. Yeah, especially this knight. You don't want to do that because then this pawn takes. You have to get a pawn back, and now it's isolated. And this is something that Black can focus on and convert for sure. So A5 was played, and my only thought it was just so that way it could set up a possible knight D6 move later down the road. It's a nice space move because it also prevents Black from playing knight to D6. Okay, over here in this game, very standard. Usually knight G F6 is the best move here. Moving forward, um, it just makes sense. Get the knight out, attack E4, and then castle. Yep, just what happened here. There's a lot of ways white can defend this. Queen E2 is not a bad idea because then you can play Rook D1 after the castle and kind of slow the king and queen down a little bit. That is considered standard. Okay, bishop E3, H6, and knight E2. Interesting. Why knight E2? Redirect to G later? Huh. I'm thinking over the move, and I'm not 100% sure. Like, I don't know if this is mainline. Is this mainline? It is part, yeah, it is considered one of the moves, but not considered the top move. I wonder why 92. Hmm. Maybe I can allow C3 next move or even C4. I can't see that happen until black at least commit, or white actually makes castling. Very interesting from Mr. Sean. And we go to our second game of today. We got A6. Stopping any sort of knight A5 or knight A4, those type of shenanigans. I do like to see an eventual expansion on 5, maybe even then play rook C8, which again kind of fits well because the king is right now on the queen side with half a lane exposed in front of it. I don't expect any sort of breaking in yet from black, but never know. Anything can happen here. Okay, so bishop d2 is the move found for white. Nice. Knight d2 is pretty common here. Usually want to take with, well, I think taking, well, according to engine it says knights. Oh, queen is better at taking the knight. I feel like you don't get really any. Yeah, you're gonna drop a. I feel like after this move, White's kind of like got out of this little pickle. or slight pickle. Like those pawns on d5 and pardon me, on b5 are permanent targets for black throughout the whole game, but apart from it, kind of left unscathed. The 94 that there's a lot of pressure that's happening on knight on c3. But happened, right? So bishop d2. Again, black's tanking right now. Trying to see if they can find an advantage out of this. c3. Can't really explain anything wrong with that. Usually there's a good old a4 extension, queen c2 to hide the queen, or maybe if I want to play 3 and cause some problems with it. All of those are up in the air. c3 is great, even after xc, xd, or dxc. There's no infiltration of m6. There will be infiltration with the knight on f6, but it won't be as compared to going to a more common area. Going to a more common line. Yeah, I like c3 a lot. Very good move. I use it quite a bit in chess. Okay, so a5. There's still a bit of development here. Looks like we got queen. Oh, queen e2 has not been played yet. It's still tanking. Ooh, so we have so knight f3, knight c6, castle, bishop e7, knight f4, which I like that move a lot for white. Queen b6, and then knight h5, targeting the g7 pawn. And white responds with castle. So in these type of situations, I kind of like either a3 or rook d. And then I don't think you need to play the f4 pawn anymore. I think you can use your knights and try and find some way to break in, but right now there's no break in. So play rook d1 and control the center. Hey, let's go back to the feature match game. h6, knight e2, knight f6, and then knight g3. So the whole point is switching the knight around, making it more effective on the king side, but also protecting your lovely, lovely e4 pawn. You know, as a player who's playing white, you don't want to play those moves that make these pawns vulnerable. It's nice to just keep it nice and simple. Again, queen e2 is also a really good move to defend the pawn, but knight g3, it's comfortable controlling the king side. It's kind of dulling this bishop 7 that eventually it's going to start raining its range on c6 all the way down to e4, but double knights on the set on your king setup is usually pretty safe. Very hard to break through. Okay, I'm just going to leave it here. I'm going to go on a quick washroom break. I will be All right, we're back. What have we missed? So g5, bishop e3. I like this move because after bishop takes, pawn takes, you get this immediate rook that's already aiming at the f7, controlling this square automatically. Knight can't go to f4 because the pawn on e3 is protected f4 square. So naturally, yeah, black doesn't want to take that unless they absolutely have to. So it reinforces the bishop on h6. So it reinforces the bishop on g5 with pawn h6. Queen d2, so again, setting up the battery. Knight d7, that makes a lot of sense. And then rook b1, looking for some sort of a3, b4 push later in the game. Okay, so let's take a look at our feature match. So after knight g3, we got knight b d7. Again, this is really good because you can go to knight c5, you can go to knight b6, followed by knight c4 or knight a4. So many different possibilities. Also, strengthening the pawn here is not a bad idea whatsoever. And you never know, you can play bishop b7 and do a queenside castle if you really want to. So maintains the flexibility. Again, David is playing for wins, so we're not going to expect any sort of drawing type games here. At least I don't think so. I think David's going to try and win it. And if he doesn't try, maybe then try and maintain for a draw at least. Because this is his sole chance of getting first place against a very strong field. Okay, so white does decide to castle queenside, and a6. You know that means after b1, king b1, b5's coming. So again, this is still a perfectly equal game. White's going to try and break through on the center. That's the main goal here. And black's doing a delayed castle because you never know. The king might just tuck itself to f8, activate this rook in a way to like maybe slow down the advances, because otherwise if black castles, we're going to see the opposite thing of what's happening here, where now a Harry pawn is coming down, g4 pawn is coming too, and it's going to be a nice race, which who's going to win, the kingside or queenside attack, which all of us are going to enjoy the most. So Beitor does play EXD, and usually knight xd5 is probably going to be the best move here, I believe. I'm pretty sure. And then we'll see what happens. Okay, moving on here. So after bishop to d2, knight takes, queen takes. And again, black's playing is very slow. Just playing d6, allowing for some developing options with bishop f5 or bishop g4. I like this approach from black. It's very standard. What is white's best option? So white has knight g2, bishop g2, has rook c1, strengthening the knight. Even has potential a4, h4, h5 capabilities if white decides to stay in the center, which again, it's tough to say. Queen side looks pretty open right now. It makes more sense if white decides to castle. But who knows? Who knows what's on the agenda today? So black's doing a bit of a tank right now. It's about 15 minutes. They haven't moved yet. c3 was the last move played by white. Okay, so we have quite a bit of moves that's happened here. So queen e2, knight bd7, rook d1, c5, all very standard. a4, even more standard. Again, just try and play some pressure on this b5 pawn. And b4, just bypassing the a pawn. Tom is enjoying your broadcast? Oh, that's awesome. Tell him I said hi. So knight b d2 is in place. So again, very nice spot for the knight. You can do quite a few things. When this tension is resolved, maybe then you can move for potentially do an e4, e5 push, but it's hard to say. The knight's very flexible. You can go to knight b3 and put some pressure here. You can go to knight c4. You can also play a little bit more defensive and play knight f1, knight g3, which actually might not be a bad idea, because if you move the knight, then this rook starts to activate more with less pieces blocking the rook. Either way, I like this move a lot. It's probably better to go here and here, but that's just my natural thought. After bishop e7, okay, so yes, that makes sense. Eric decides to go to knight c4, and then the main target is knight e5. You get knight e5, you get double knights on, protecting on each other on e5, and plus a pawn coverage, so this looks really good. Tell him yourself, he is watching. What's up, Tom? No, I'm kidding. I'm glad you're well. We should play sometime. Or you should come to my chess club. Or you should play at the Excelsior chess club. Even better. Okay, so we got queen c7. And this is normal. You're covering all the different dark squares. Again, leaving options to potentially castle queenside, although I don't know. It's very possible with all your pawns everywhere. Most likely you're going to castle kingside. A5, and then we got the 0-0. So now we're expecting to see one of the knights move in. Yep, that makes sense. Knight F to E5, and now black has a decision to make. Could take the knight, or could play knight E4 and then try some sort of like F6 ideas. I think right now you don't have to really do anything. I think rook C, rook F, or rook C, like either covering one of these squares. I think we need to get a rook in here. There's no little tricks with, because there's nothing attacking this pawn, so I think you could just develop the rooks and just rely on the fact that bishop is a little bit slow on C1. Yeah, let's go here. Sergey versus David. Okay, so after castling, tell Tom if he's very interested, he can subscribe to my Twitch channel. If he's enjoying, no, it's all good. Following this is fine. DXE, pawn E4, knight G to F6, knight C3, castling, queen E2, C6. I'm like 99% certain rook D1 is coming. Usually this is what you want to do. Slow it down. Black can play queen c7, queen b6, even queen a5, although c7, b6 are probably better. I think queen c7 is probably better, because then you can give yourself an option of b5 and bishop b7 in case you really want. Otherwise, a little bit slower development going on here. Let's see what's happening at this game. Okay, so quite a bit's happened. So we had knight f4, queen b6. We already seen the knight h5. We saw the castle, and we saw this is bishop g5. So there's no way you're taking this bishop, because there's going to be some painful scenarios happening. Now, if that happens, you go queen h3, and it's bad. So what we do here is we should probably strike in the center. Taking a pawn makes sense. Again, if they take, so wait, if you take, and let's say they take, and then you take back, and they try something like this, knight f5 covers everything. And then after g4, knight x e5, yeah, you're completely fine as black. So there should be some countering in the center. Take that pawn. Makes a very good move for black here. And if this exchange happens, at least you have the knight on e7 to have another resource in case white tries to invade your king side. Always remember, if someone attacks you on the sides, strike in the center. Okay, and now let's go to the final game. of today. Well, for our top 8. Oh, rook A, B1. So nothing's happened yet. Black's still tanking, which is completely fine. Let's go back into our main feature between I am David Cummings and Grandmaster Sean Rodriguez, who has been destroying everybody. Well, not destroying, but like he has been playing some amazing chess today. And the whole tournament, actually. So after h6, knight e2. Again, this is something I'm trying to understand. Decides to go to knight g3, knight d7, and c3. So my only reason why I'm yes, okay, this makes sense to me now. So originally I was wondering why would the knight go here, and I realized okay, so there's a couple options. c3 was the one I really did consider because it controls these squares and it gives you an escape route for bishop to c2 in case you need to. I didn't expect him to go all the way back to g3, but then again, why not? There's all this squares that could be covered by both knights. It's very nice, very solid. Nothing's going to be breaking in. And yet, c3 did happen. So knight c5, really good move, covering, attacking both e4 and bishop, and then bishop c2. So again, very harmonious. Again, as expected by two high-level players such as themselves playing chess. Everything's flowing very well. This I use bishop c2 a lot with the c3 pawn, and when I play Italian, so I'm very used to this type of configuration, the weaknesses and strengths of this type of position. Very nice to see this. Very nice to see this. Okay, anything of oh yeah, we have some h4. So after king b1, d5, dxc. Oh, takes with the pawn. I expected he was going to take with the knight. I wonder why. I felt like knight would be more natural here than knight. So it's like knight takes, pawn takes, or even queen takes. Yeah, this doesn't seem too bad. Put some pressure here. Well, yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is okay for black. But anyways, after exd, now you have h4. So now there's the main reason is playing bishop h3. This bishop's going to be so good covering this entire line. Again, this is kind of white has the two bishops. So, and this is a kind of a semi-open board. So they are probably going to be doing wonders here in this game. I can already tell the engine says that white has a slight advantage. And now recommends king f8 because castling is now too scary for black to come. So we'll see what happens later on. Okay, so a lot has been happening in this game in particular. Okay, so after d6, which makes sense, white goes bishop g2, and we have the classic a6. Gotta take that pawn, bishop a6, very standard, and castling. Black castles as well, rook fd1, and knight d7. So again, this knight can go many ways. It could go here, knight to b6, and knight to c4, causing problems with the b and pawn and the queen. The knight can go to f6, and then causing problems directly here with the d pawn. The knight can go e5 if its objective is to get knight defender. I suspect the knight's going to go here and play some sort of knight c4 move. This square is completely owned by black. Playing b3 is horrendous because of this position. So again, this is very easy to use with black here. Black really does have the dream position as the fianchetto bishop aiming all over here, as this light bishop aiming all the way over here. This bishop's seeing nothing. The scope is not even existing. And then black can even play rook fb8 and just put all the sort of pressure. Yeah, queen c2 makes a lot of sense. But oh wow, black it's saying rook a7? Wow, that's a move. I haven't even thought about that. My thought was just play the knight here. Oh, oh, that's interesting. The idea is to play queen e4 and target. Hard to say. Oh, and rook f b1. See, I like this move. I feel like this is very natural. Like, even if queen e4 happens, you could just move the king to f8 and everything is fine. Okay, after a bit of tanking, e5 has been played. Ooh, this does change the whole dynamic of the table now. Just with e5 being played now. And can't really, you're not allowed to push pawns backwards, so it's very committed. Okay, let's take a look over here. So we saw we left off with knight f e5, and we have rook d8. Okay, it makes complete sense. And now we just spotted a move bishop d2, also predicted. Kind of get that bishop out just to connect the rooks. Even then, bishop might not be meant here. Bishop can go somewhere. Maybe bishop can go. Maybe the plan is bishop e1, and then f3, and then bishop g. That would be nice. I like that. I like that idea the most. Because this bishop is very nice, covering all the way from b7 to g2, but it just put an f3 pawn here. Then just tuck the bishop and then even go to f2 or g3. I like it. If this knight comes in, just tuck it back to f2. Maybe a good idea. Maybe it's not. We don't know yet. Although we have to be careful a little bit about this type of break, because this pawn will become vulnerable. The pawn on b4 will become vulnerable, so might be a risky trade-off for either side. What are we looking for? Okay, here we go. So rook f to c8. Okay, I didn't expect that. It is considered top 3 moves, but didn't expect that. Knight takes. Oh, sorry, bishop takes, knight takes, and we get the legendary knight g5. So now black can actually play knight f8. I actually prefer that over knight f5. And now there's no cracking whatsoever. Maybe after knight f8, white has like f4 possibilities. This is still coming though. Yeah, don't underestimate the center for black. Black can break through this. I think so. Yeah, I think f4 is too slow. In fact, actually, I don't think you should ever play f4. Well, which is weird because usually f4 does really well in these scenarios, like f4, rook lift, and then e or h. Then get some quick wins from that. But due to the nature of how the pressure is on d4, and it's kind of holding the entire game for white, probably don't want it to go down anytime soon and expose the f pawn. Sorry, expose this particular line. Not be comfortable for me. Okay, where else are we here? Okay. You see, we have some sort of trades must have happened here. Queen d2, knight d7, rook b1, rook e8, bishop trade, pawn trade, and now what is white's goal? What does white do? Knight could play this really nasty knight on f4. Oh, forgets that. Just goes after the pawn on d6. But can't black just go here? Oh no, because then g5 comes in. So forcing the knight. What about the knight going back? I'm not sure. Okay, so we know that's not good. So knight b5. So it looks like the knight has to return back to b8, or it's going to f8. Very interesting. Okay, let's get back to the feature game. c3, knight c5, bishop c2, bishop e6, very useful. Again, targeting the c4 square. b3 stops that from happening. And bishop e7, looking to castle. White castles, and black has got many options here. Many different options. Castle's idea, a5 is an idea, even rook d8. Hmm. Yeah, I think castling is just better. I like how I guessed it too. Okay, let's keep going. Let's get to the next game. Grandmasters Beitor and Razvan playing. Okay, so a little bit's happened here. Castle a6, b5, pawn takes. We got the h4, knight a5, and then put the knight on c4. Now, white has quite a bit of options. Just to name a few, bishop xc4, it's not a bad idea. Get rid of this knight. Rook e1 is also not a bad idea to put pressure. And g4 is not a bad idea. All of these are looking towards going after black. Something that we want to see some really nice attacks. So that'd be something very nice to see it, especially at a high level. Yep, I did see a good, nice attack this tournament. Very good. Okay, so we're back here. So rook f, rook f d1, queen c2, rook f b8, rook d to c1. So again, just reinforcing that knight on c3. See, now if I was black, maybe going like this makes sense. Putting all this pressure. Kind of like it. Oh, b3 is a possibility though. Hmm. Okay, let's see what happens. Moving on. Oh, so pawns are connected. So bishop c4 was played. And then now d5 is played. So with the whole goal of playing d6, yeah, it's kind of scary to see these three pawns here, but it looks like black's pretty safe. d6 on the other hand, it looks like it is a little scary. Let's see. So Tom, you can relay the message. Which game are you looking forward to the most out of these 8 that you've seen so far? Just curious. What was the question? Out of these 8 games, which one does he want to? Which one is he a little bit more invested to see the results in? What is he a fan of? So, for example, the one I really want to, the one I'm enjoying the most, I like this one. I just like the way these bishops are and the way the Keynesian defense is. Big fan of it. I like the rooks here on A and B, and I want to see how Black puts a little bit more of that pressure, if possible. Obviously, everyone's interested in this game because this is one that's going to decide who's the winner of the tournament. But there's nothing wrong with seeing a couple grandmasters duke it out with each other. Okay, so knight f8 was played, so this is like the impenetrable defense now. So I think blacks now could just focus on controlling the center. I think that's the way to just take the pawn, get the rook on c4, or stack the rooks, and start trying to create some sort of counterplay. Well, maybe we could do it this way. There we go. Now we can see all of them. Okay, so we see some development here. We got. Okay, so bishop c5, c3, e5, knight b3, attacking the bishop, bishop b6, very important. EXD, knight xd5, knight e2, a5. I like that move a lot. Castle, bishop d4. So, man, look at it. There's all this possible pressure coming along. But looks like it's still otherwise pretty solid for white. The c pawn and the d pawn really do protect everything. Bishop really does a lot of help. Covers a lot of different spots. Okay. Let's go back to feature match. Queen e2 has been played. And black has a lot of options. a5, rook f, d8, rook f, or rook f e8. It's hard to say. Again, I feel pretty comfortable with black here, but black is the one that has to come up with some sort of attacking chance. It's the only way that they're going to try to win this. Oh, and we do have the rook b7 move. So a little different, but now I think white has to play like rook a b1. Gotta defend this pawn in some way. I don't know if queen. Engine suggests queen d2 is also a good alternative, but do I really want to have it where the knight's moving and I don't know. It seems a little messy. Bishop f1 also is a not bad move. Because after I move the queen on c2, eventually this bishop could take the pawn if the knight leaves the c3 square. So it's a lot of possibilities, here. But to me, double stacking the rooks on the b2 square makes a lot of sense. Nothing wrong too with the rook also covering all the 7th level. Ooh, you never know. After knight moves the pawn that could be vulnerable and then it's now covered by the rook. Hmm. Oh, okay. So bishop d2, rook a c8, rook a c1, and queen to b8. So again, moving the queen away from this lane, because again, this pawn could take, and everything is looking at each other. Or pawn takes and pawn takes. Regardless of what it is, it's nice to tuck the queen back. Also supports the rooks, and then let the rooks just do their job and control most of the squares and be like the heavy hitters they are. Two. Okay. Everyone's kind of in the tank right now, so we're just kind of waiting and see. If there's anyone within the next few moves that makes a move. Okay, so there's been a little development here. Ooh, okay, so bishop b f8, plan to go to bishop g7. White has a lot of different options. Knight d3 is one of them, controlling this square, and possibly putting some damage on that pawn. You can also go rook d1, I think. I don't find it too often. Those are kind of like my only two. And just suggesting b3. I don't know if I'm proud. I don't know if I can do that. This has all these darkened squares, but who knows? Maybe b3, c4 is the way to go for the next. Yeah, like to. Hmm. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, b3. I don't like having all these holes here. I'd rather just rook d1 and. Hello, Gallimore. Is that how you say? Okay, so where else have we developed yet? Moved yet? Okay, so back to Rasfan and Baitor. After the push to d5, bishop d6. Very simple. Again, the goal is to try to trade out the bishops. If the bishops are traded, these pawns are useless. Black knows this, but black it's gonna be hard for black to not take because if black moves away, I'm not there. You know, it's gonna be yeah, you just need that. You want the queen to recapture here. I just don't think you can. Yeah, taking is not feasible. Definitely want to take here, and then at least you can guard a spot from moving up until your rooks or family members or friends come in. So just take it. What is your favorite opening? Depends. If it's white, probably the English opening still. But I do like it's between English and the Sicilian Maroxy bind. And if it's for black, I think it's always been the King's Indian defense. Those are the only two. Actually, everything else is like second. Okay, what are we focusing on now? Yep, so we found knight d3 move. Very natural. All right. Okay, so we got some development here. After knight f8, knight g3, knight f4. Man, makes perfect sense to have the knight on f4. Again, you don't want to take anything. You don't want to take that bishop on d3 because that bishop on d3 is considered a bad bishop with all the light squares. You just want this knight here just to mess with everything. And also enhance your security. You got cameras and protocols and stuff. That's more important to make sure that's always updated. Because anything involving surveillance now, gotta make sure you have the right dots and Qs and all that paperwork before it happens. I love the king and the queen pawn openings and Scandinavian defense. Yeah, so I think in the last round, no, did someone play Scandinavian? No one played Scandinavian. I'll have to check, but Scandinavian does happen from time to time. Always a way to try and spook your opponent, but usually every basic chess player knows Scandinavian to a certain extent. Just to a certain extent. Okay, oh, so we have an advancement on the feature game. We have knight h4. Again, this is something that I play with the Italian game where I have the knights here, and then I just get one knight here and I push it on to f5. Super unstoppable. g6 can't be done because it's met by bishop h6. So white is going to get a knight on f5. Can we play a game or do you have the time? Unfortunately, I can't. I am doing commentary of a championship tournament going on right now. Excelsior Chess Club. And I suspect these games are going to end in another 3 to 4 hours. That is what I suspect. Yeah, I can't play when I'm commentating. Sorry about that. So black's response could be a5, rook d7 maybe to the rooks up. But the problem is with this type of setup, these bishops are not going to let anything enter. So it's just so unlikely something's going to happen. Although if it was rook d7 and rook d8, then maybe we get a knight d3 infiltration because of the rooks. So that is a possibility. Definitely a possibility. All right, let's keep it going. Okay. Oh, so we have some development here. So white's playing queen f3, and black responds with knight f5. Well, there's a little trick. You could take the pawn that they take. You put. I don't know if that's worth the move though. Personally, I don't know if it's I don't know if it's a possibility to do that. Maybe it's worth it. Maybe it's not. Oh, okay, yep, it's legit. Way to think outside the box, eh? Okay. Yep, so Razvan did play king to f8, which is considered the best move for black here. And now white's probably looking at getting rid of this bishop. Okay. Bishop d6 is most likely to happen next. Oh, and okay, so we had some development here. Okay, so rook a c1, queen b8, like the bishop e1, takes, takes, and then queen a8. So again, very famous queen pressure all the way on g2. Forcing to for white to come up with some nicer ideas for this. One idea is you can always go as f3, or if you really want to do it, you can do f. I don't know how many. I don't know how tough this is to try to come up with something like here, but at least you strengthen the knight, and the queen now protects the pawn. So that indirectly solves a lot of problems. But then, if you don't do this, maybe you can ignore it. You just play. So probably should. Probably should. Okay, what else are we seeing? So we are seeing. Okay, so after c6, h3, bishop c7, 6, all normal. White should be super glued to the screen here. And then knight e1. So the only thing I can think of is go knight d3 and play f4, or just play f4 right away. Okay, so after knight to 1, we do have knight to f8 possibilities. Instead, it was actually the bishop, so now after knight d3, b6, f4. Time to release the f rook. See if we can some damage or do anything really. Ooh. Okay, let's keep looking. Let's keep looking. Oh, yep. So we do. Oh, so we have g4 first instead of knight takes h7. I wonder what a good American thing to do is right now. Hmm. Yeah, g4 is pretty annoying. I have to play h6. Knight h6 is the only way to defend this. Uh, hmm. Yeah, knight h6 is the only thing that saves this. But black's gonna take his time. Like black's already up 20 minutes. Okay. Good moves by both players. Can't say anything bad about that. Not that we're saying anything bad in general, but hmm. Okay, so we have a pawn takes here. Probably bishop x f4 is a good idea. I would have loved to see the rook get to e1 today, but again, fast enough. So bishop x f4 is probably the best way of doing that. I don't know. I don't like g pawn too much. Bishop x4, very comfortable. Hmm. Hey, just looking to see. We have some development moves. Okay, good. So we got a couple moves here. Break through. Okay, starting off with Razvan and Baitor. Rook e1, bishop e5 is being played. Black probably has to take that bishop. I feel like it's soon rather than later. So we did get. So after rook a7, we moved a knight. We redirected the knight to d2. Maybe possibly, I can see knight b3 happening later on. Now just double rooks, and now there's a pawn. True. c4 is kind of a nice idea, though. Kind of liking that. I am liking c4. Okay. All right, so this one's getting heated up. So we have e2, knight a5, castle, bishop g4, h3, bishop h5, g4, bishop g6, d4. So now we have all these pawns opening up. Again, while white would love to trade off this pawn and get an outpost on the knight on d4, and that's what white gets. And now it's just a matter of taking either with a knight or the pawn. I think knight's still better here. Or maybe there's going to be a little bit of an interest, though. Rook check. And if knight goes back, then you can take this one. That is a possible idea. Okay. Ah. Okay, so after bishop d2, bishop e1, pawn takes, queen a8, f3, and now white can play the bishop f2, bishop g3 we talked about earlier, which I think will help with defending this pawn more. So again, a lot of different options for both Both colors, actually. I mean, very positional. Very fun, very fun. And just as I left, black did play queen a7. Target his pawn. Very standard response will be bishop f2, and then black's probably going to play knight d4. Get a knight on the 5 output. Okay, so let's take a look at this game. After knight b5, knight f8, knight g3, knight f4, we have b4. So white's continuing the attack, going after the queen side. b6 kind of strengthened the c pawn, and then white just goes knight f5. So within 4 or 5 moves, those knights are now on enemy territory, on certain good outposts. Pardon me. Black just exchanged their good bishop. Kind of had no choice, given that knight f5. There's a lot of influence to it. And now, what's the decision here? Black take on here. Weaver, maybe a6 to kind of knock it back too. Again, black has so many options. Even rook to e4 or pawn to e4 is also an option too. Oh, it's tough. This might be an option because if you can somehow get back to this square, probably dominating. Probably don't want. Yeah, as much as I don't want to give up this knight, this pawn is going to start coming. So maybe you got to trade off that bishop. It's tough. Tough. This is why they're sitting there. I'm not sitting there. So I don't know what the best moves are in each of those sequences without giving it too much thought. Okay, so let's get back to featured game. So after rook fd8, knight h4, attending knight f5, bishop g4. Sean has a bit of decision making to make. Play f3, but probably not. I don't think f3 is good here. I think maybe either you move the queen or just play knight f3 again. My first thought is play. That disrupts the rook, so maybe this is not too bad. Oh no, queen e3 may be okay. Oh, and looks like we had the exchanges of bishops. And we got the perfect rook h5 defense. Worked out very well. Oh, I like this move. So good find from Razvan, getting the rook out to h5. Ooh. Oh yeah, this is gonna be fun. c4 puts all this pressure on. Well, if you take, of course. Yeah, I don't mind h3 is coming. Maybe d7. Knight to b6 would be the idea. This is interesting. Rook a b1. Hmm. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh, so we have a development here. So h3, bishop h5, bishop g6, pawn takes, knight takes, pawn knight takes. Take the little intermezzo and then take with the knight on 5. A4 looks really good here. Queen h4 is also possible. Oh wow, didn't even know queen h4 would do anything here. But black has a lot of different options to stop this. Casting's probably the easiest. Okay, so after e4, bishop c2. Ooh, I like g6 because if you can exchange it, you could get a knight here. Now you have double knight present. I like g6 a lot. Please play g6. Better to play knight. Better to play knight g6. Not know that move. Yeah, g6 looks like its top move here. Okay, so moving on here. So after f4, pawn takes. Oh, decides to take with the pawn rather than the bishop. Interesting. To be fair, I probably would have taken with the pawn too, because it's just how I am naturally, but sometimes you gotta take with the bishop. Oh, now here comes the crossfire between. Well, this one hasn't done it yet, but between all the bishops and everything. This looks like the most natural, though, for white. I think white's completely fine still. Okay, so we have back to the feature game. We have queen h4, bishop g4, queen e3, which again, Sean's playing like every edge move humanly possible. Knight e6, probably intending knight f4. It's a good idea. And probably you want to knock this. Causing a little bit too much pain. Oh, looks like the rooks are taken off the board. Okay, I'm just gonna go on a quick washroom break. Then drink a lot of water and back. 1 second. All right, let's see what's going on. Okay, so we got the rooks taken off the board, and it looks like Baitor is looking for an idea. So let's take a look at the games real quick. Oh, I believe Baitor just made a move. Rook D, pawn D6. Most likely Rook D8 is going to be coming in. Yeah, this is a little bit imbalanced. Not sure what's going to happen here. 6 pawns, 6 pawns. Knights on the board. Anything's possible. Let's go over here. Rook A B1 has been played, so now it's Black's turn to play. Option C B3. Maybe H5. I don't know, maybe to do an H4 possibility. Rook B4 is interesting too. It's not a bad idea. This requires a lot of thinking involved here. Well, not a lot of thinking, but like a lot of like getting a really like what's the plan here? What's the best way to? Because it looks like the way I see this game playing with Christian is just they're just putting in pressure, not necessarily doing a full push yet until they for sure see some sort of weakness. So you take with the pawn. Most likely you're going to take with the knight. And this queen has go many different spots. Maybe it goes here. And this is just another way to maintain the pressure. And the knight's not even in the game yet. Cause some problems here. Okay, so over here we have rook e1. We saw that, and then we saw bishop xd5. Queen f6 was the move. So bishop e3 looks like an idea. Try and get rid of this really powerful bishop. Again, f2 is falling right now, so might as well get rid of the bishop and defend the pawn at the same time. That seems like the play. You could also play queen f3. Takes. Castle queenside. And then the engine suggests bishop e3. Still best to get rid of this really strong bishop. So, yeah, if the bishop's so strong, just play bishop e3 right away. You can challenge it. Have we found any moves here yet? Last move was d5. So, yeah, looks like it was followed. So, after queen a7, bishop f2, knight d5. Yeah, this is very... A lot of things can happen here. Yeah, queen e1, knight f4. This is very complicated just by looking at it. Take here first. Maybe like this? Maybe one of these type of moves? No, but then the problem is the bishop covers here, so there's not really much problems. And if they take, you could just take here, and yeah, might be an idea. A lot more thinking has to be involved in this particular game. Where else are we now? Oh, so we do have a move here. CXB3 has been played. So we suspect that knight is going to take the pawn on c3, and then queen a3 is most likely going to happen, maintain all this pressure. So a move has been decided. And bishop e3 has been played here, which, again, that's felt like a very easy find, considering you just want to get rid of that dark bishop and protect the f2 square. So that makes complete sense. We're still waiting for a move here, and then we got this position. So queen f2, go further back. So pawn takes, yep, knight h5, f2, bishop a6, rook a e1, knight c5, takes. Wait, taking with the knight. Can't you just take the rook with the bishop? So now you're down in exchange, just like that. Is there something that's missing? Hold on. Okay, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4. Here. There must have been some sort of incentive because you're gonna lose a pawn lip. True. Yeah. I don't know. Did Sergey notice that, or I'm a little confused. Because this is not so great. Sure, you're gonna get a pawn. Okay, yeah, so you get a pawn and a bishop for a rook. I don't think that's enough compensation. Actually, you're losing your pawn too, because knight f4 is coming here. Yeah, this is very good for black. Very good for black. Okay, we'll keep on that eye on that game later. Oh, we got some dragons going on here. Okay, so I remember knight f5. I remember g4. Knight f6. DXC. Rook takes. Knight to g7. Oh, is the intention like here, here? Okay. Hmm. Yeah, because you don't have to take. You don't have to take the knight. That's the only problem. So after knight g7, queen d8, queen at e3. Rook here looks really good because you can take the pawn. It actually threatens the knight as well. Seems to be the strongest move. Gotta look at all these shenanigans though. King g7 is a possibility too. Queen c5, queen g4. Oh wow, this is kind of crazy. I'm eyeing this. I'm eyeing this. I got a knight here. They're very good for me and very bad. I think rook c4 is the way. Getting closer. Okay, so G3 has been played. Knight H3, King G2, 4. Hmm. Hard to say. Queen H6 is looking like a nice move. It's hard to say here. I think Knight H3 is the only way to fight this position. Black's really gonna have to tank though. Oh, and it was already played. Okay, good. So G4 should be expected next. Okay, going back to the feature game. Okay, so we've already went to bishop G4, Queen E3, Knight to E6, H3, Knight, Bishop C5, Queen E1, Knight to H5. What is the move? So according to Engine, B4 is favored. You know, way to get the bishop out too. Yeah, bishop E7. So going over here, B4 looks like it's the best. But look, this is very this could be anybody's game. These players are playing so well. Black has to find some way to crack white though, or else white can go for a draw or maybe win and then close out the tournament with a 4.5 or 5 out of 5. So David's definitely giving it all his thoughts. If we're looking at it here, after d6, Queen e6 has been played. Uh, yeah, this is still looking very drawish, even though Vitor is up quite a bit of time. Anything's possible here. Okay, so we had Knight b3 played, and then we, as predicted, we saw Queen a3. So now, I still think Black is better here. May not be winning, but definitely like this is very comfortable for Black. Like these bishops are just zooming down everywhere, and then we got a knight that we don't know we're gonna move the knight to yet. So all possible. Hey, oh, something happened here. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay, so bishop e3, bishop takes, rook takes, c6. But I think something was missed because the evaluation just went up to minus or 4.3. Oh no, bishop takes, pawn takes, queen d6, king f7, then queen g3, threatening rook f3. King goes to g8, rook 8 e1. They defended. d5. Okay, so that's not as crazy. But according to this was like a huge disadvantage. That part of yeah, king f7. Yeah, knight d4 is also an option here too. Oh boy. And then if you see rook hd8, you can do a queen check, or you can go to queen g3. And the queen check is really strong because nothing's defending the e pawn properly. Okay. F3. Oh, there's rook f3 too here. Yeah, there's a lot of options. The point is, white has to play bishop x d6 or bishop x e6, fight for an advantage. And white do. Did. Okay, so Good Day Master Timur has found the possible path of winning here. Suggestion is king f7 or e5. Both of them are equal, but it's still going to be a tough time for white here. Because if you do e5, you're just getting the rook check, king f7, and then c7, and then king g. And they got like pawn g5 stuff, or it's gonna be like it's gonna be a pain in the butt. That's okay. Okay, back to here. Where are we at? So g3 and then knight d7 to knight f6. Very standard. I don't know. What's the move here? Rook e1 maybe? Yeah, this is very complicated. Very complicated. We have queen c5. Ooh, I don't know about that. I guess it's just a way to. I almost feel like you want to do queen b6 and just get to a rook versus knight endgame. I don't know. I kind of like just trading the queens off the board, but maybe that's. Okay. Oh. So we saw rook c4. So the knight had to retreat back to knight h5. And now. Oh no. This is losing. This is completely losing. Black just plays here and just takes the knight for free. Knight f6. Oh, there's a knight f6 move. But even so, no, let's do this better. So rook x g5, g4, king h1. Oh wow, knight f5 is just so much stronger than taking the knight. Wow. Then queen x g5, knight f6, 8. Hmm. Yeah, this is huge. If no one can find this move, this game is pretty much over. Black has a lot of time to figure this out. A lot of time to figure this out. It's the only move too. If you take the pawn on g4 with the knight, it's just completely draw. Or it's coming like a completely even position. But yes, there is a blunder in sight that no one can find this game. Playing rook xg4. All right, we gotta see when this move happens. It's gonna be the next move. This is gonna be very interesting. Okay, all the boards are starting to shape up. Yeah, so we got. Okay, so after h3, king g2, g4, queen h6, that is the best move. Black has a couple ideas. GX f5 is one of them. Rook e5 is another. Again, a lot of different ideas here. Otherwise, it is pretty. It's definitely not a balanced game, but it's anyone's up. Anyone can win this game. Oh, what do we have here? Oh, what do we have here? Bishop e6. Okay, so we got this. Queen x d6. No, bishop s7 is the wrong move. It is the wrong move because rook a e1 is coming in. Now there's just 3 attackers. Rook d8 was played, but no, rook e6 happens. Exchange, rook takes, king 2, and now, yes, now the queens exchanged by the rook, and now the queen is on c7. This is completely winning for white. All these pawns are going to fall. And then as soon as this c pawn falls, knight d4 is going to dominate the whole board. Knight f5 is going to dominate the whole board. Oh, we're in trouble now. White doesn't even need to take these pawns. Knight just needs to play knight d4. Oh, man. Timur found the winning move. Found the winning move. Very exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. Yeah, Black's probably gonna have to get rid of this. This knight's way too strong. And if it gets to if it gets to f5, it's game over. Damn, very well done by Moore. Recognizing the situation. Yeah, that there's no possible way of saving that game. Okay, so going back to our feature game. H3, yep. Bishop e1, or sorry, queen e1, bishop h5, king h1, and a5. Again, David's trying to build up some sort of aggressive attack. Right now, this is a draw. It's anyone's game, but Black. I definitely think Black has the initiative for sure in this game. For sure. So yeah, very exciting right now. Very exciting. A lot of moves are happening right now. Let's go to Beitor and Razvan, both grandmasters. Queen e6. So knight e2 very makes sense. Knight's going to try and go to f4, reroute. Black can probably play like queen h3 actually and like threaten these pawns if it ever That is an idea. This spot's protected because of the knight and queen, so queen doesn't have to necessarily stay at e6 anymore. That's gonna be a very squeezed out game. Oh no, here we go. This is going bad. h5 was played, but knight e6 is being played. Rook's being attacked. Oh, there's just so many things. Like knight f4 is so scary. King g5, queen f7. Oh, it's just a lot of stuff is going on right now. Yeah, it will take a miracle for black to survive this position. And going to Ryan versus Eric. Anything has changed yet? Nope, nothing's changed. Eric's deep in the tank. Completely cool. If we're here with Sergey versus David. So, wow, so Rook B8 was played. Queen takes. I don't know about that. This seems very strong. That's very strong. Maybe there's some sort of like tricks. Yeah, but yeah, black is too strong with the connections. Hmm. Oh, queen b6 is actually happening instead. Oh, very possible. Rook f2 maybe as the only defense. Then maybe the queen will go into the b2 square. Or it can go to e3. That's also an idea. Oh, everything's going crazy. Okay, so we got a h5, 96, rook dg8, knight f4, king h6, and knight xh5. And there is a... This is completely over. There's no way this is going to happen. But we got to take a look at this game because we have a bit of a knight infiltration. So after a6, knight c7. Does that work? It does work. It is actually the only move for white in this position, and it's +3. Oh, what a brilliant move. So actually, this is a tactical mistake. Rooks are hanging. Queen can't take because of f6. And then you got knight e6. Then you got dx e6. And then after this takes queen check. Oh no, it just gets bad. It just gets worse and worse. Oh yeah, this is completely over. Wow, what a find. Knight c7. What a find. That just cracked this whole position open. This was like a up and down game. Holy jeez. Oh my god. I think the only real defense is queen f6 because then you can stop the pawn from pushing. But knight for rook exchange, and then the pawn is hanging on e4 right after. Oh boy. Yeah, this is very good for white. Very nice move from white. Oh, and we're almost done. f4's been played. There's only king h6 or king h4. This is either a mate in 6 or a mate in 1. Oh, mate in 6 it is. King g2 is the easiest move to play here. Yep. And now the threat is actually knight f5. That's actually checkmate. I believe we're going to be seeing a resignation very soon. Timur with the really good tactics. Period tactics. And we see the resignation. Timur wins the game against Tony. Good games to both Timur and Tony. Timur just found that bishop x e6, found the tactics, took the game over. Can't really give any more love to that. Tactics were found and wins games. Well played, both. And Timur ends the tournament with 3.5 out of 5. So that's guaranteeing at least 5. So that's guaranteeing at least third place. But it might be a big tie for third. So I don't know if prize is going to be involved. It really depends on Sean's game. But that was the first match. Finish at the top 8. Timur takes it down, and we still got 7 more games to go. Everything's going crazy right now. Everything's becoming more tactics. So after A5, we got A3 here by Grandmaster Sean, and now International Master David is considering all his options. Again, engine suggests black is slightly, just very slightly better. It definitely has the initiative, but that can change in a blink of an eye. The question is, what is black going to do here? What can black do? I am not even sure, to be honest. Yeah, this is tough to say. I don't know. There's just no real way of cracking this position. Like, you can't play a g5 because this is just so strong. You have this strength too, but then g3 can stop any knight outpost. So it's almost kind of like who wants to push first is going to probably lose. Very hard to say. Very hard to say. Okay, and now that we got Queen D2 played, the knight is finally entering. Ooh, knight D4, and it's a blunder. It's a complete blunder. No, knight D4 should not have been played. I think it was was it an instant move? Because I don't know how long this move was here for knight E5, but oh no, like white had options too, like H4, Queen E1. Not that you'll ever see those moves, but knight D4 targeting the C6 square, but it's a -4. This is coming right now. Oh my god. Yeah, how do you defend this? If you go Queen D1, Bishop takes here, Rook B1 takes, Rook B1 here, and then Queen C1, and you win a piece. That's the tactic. Wow. Wow. But yeah, Knight C4 has to be found first. Can FM Christian, BD Master Christian, find this blunder? So far, his fellow FM found that earlier blunder. Maybe it might trickle to him. It's tough to say. It's tough to say. So the suggested move is if knight c4 happens, white takes the rook, and then you can't take the queen because taking leads to rook c2, and then white has adequate compensation. with this. Okay, that makes more sense. So it goes here, takes, knight c b5. Oh, and then you do here, and take this way. Then queen c2, bishop b2, say rook f1, queen a2, and now you have 4 minor pieces, or 3 minor pieces, and your queen. I don't know, it's still not going to be easy for black to win this, but once all these pieces get all aligned and in sync, then it's going to look different. But for now, we'll see what happens. If we go over here, we have the final move here is knight to d2. So there's definitely some opportunity for rooks to get off the board. I don't know about what else, sir. Not sure if I see anything else. Okay, so after king checks, queen takes the pawn. Knight e4, queen b4 makes a lot of sense here. Now that you got the 2 pawn islands, just trade the queens, get the rook in, and start using your double rooks to scoop up the pawns. Sense. And then we have. Oh no, he missed it. He missed the tactic. He played knight xg4 rather than rook xg4. Because he's probably afraid of the knight f6 check. But this was the winning move. Rook xg4 was the tactic that unfortunately he missed. Oh no. Yeah, so now that knight takes, it's going to be basically a drawish game, or like an even game until another mistake happens. Yeah, queen xg5, knight check, king h8, f4, and then knight xg4 is taken. Yeah, well, game goes on. I don't know who's better though. Like who I would rather have, white or black. I'm assuming I would rather have. I don't know. The rook. This rook's so passive. This rook's really passive. It's hard to say who I like most. Okay, so we're back here. We did play knight c7, and then we got. Oh no, nothing's happened yet. I thought something happened. Okay. Rihanna is still tanking. And knight c4 was found. Oh no, no rook takes. It was queen d1 that was played. Now the bishop takes. And rook b3 happens. Oh no, this is completely losing, right? Rook takes, pawn takes, and then bishop x. Oh wow, bishop x f2. The king takes queen c5. And then if you go here, you get queen g1. If you go to here instead, you get queen forked. Oh my, wow. But anywho, I think this is lights out for Ryan. That's a shame. Ryan's been playing really good, but Christian's found all the right tactics. Darn. Yeah, no, this was a crazy tactic too. No, but you know what the crazier tactic, Mr. Riley? Um where is it? Where's the crazy one? I was just looking at it. Was this one? So white played knight h5, which was completely losing. This gets a free pawn, but it's a drawish. Black needs to play rook xg4. And then the goal is after king h1, then you play knight f5. You don't take the free knight yet. And again, it's not really a free knight because white has knight f6 coming in, but you play knight f5 first. If the knight goes, then you take it with the queen. And then after it takes, then you take the rook. And then after pawn takes, pick it up, and you're up a piece. That's what was missed. And he burned like 15 minutes and he missed it. It's a shame. It sucks. It happens. And even if he didn't play knight f5, let's say he just took king here, took this with the queen, knight f6, king h8, knight xg4, queen xg4, or queen xg4. This can't be taken because you got a queen check, king check, and then you got knight d7 with the rook coming in, and this is unstoppable. So yeah, instead, I'm going to go to a very long-out drawn endgame, I think. Or winning chances for both when something happens. But yeah, that was insane. I actually, I did see the rook g4 move, but I didn't see the knight f5 move right away. That's the only one that didn't click that move order. But yeah, I thought he was going to find it. I thought he was. These games are going to go on forever, though. I can feel it. Okay, so we found, and here's another brilliant. These last 6 games are all been tactics. So queen wins here, pawn goes a6, and then knight c7 is actually winning. Because after knight c7, you just can't take because of the pawn. If you do this, you take here. And if they take back, you take here. It doesn't matter. You're winning the game. So after h6, a6, knight c7, queen f6, takes the rook. I wonder why he didn't take the other rook. Why didn't he just go here? Okay. Because then you could just pick up the pawn. There might have been a reason why. Oh, that's fine. And then white, the engine suggests bishop d1. Because black can't take this because of that. Wow, crazy. So white's definitely ahead, but it's still a very complicated game. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. That is what I was thinking too. Let's take a look at our feature match today. And it looks like we have king h8 from David. So he foresees some sort of maybe check initiative. Knight here, taking the pawn here scenario. It's going to be interesting though. If David wins, he can get first place. If Sean even gets a draw, he secures top 1. And Sean's been doing damage this whole tournament. Myself has been intimately a bit aware of how he's been winning his games. It's crazy. This game's gonna last for a while though. We're gonna be here for a while. Feel it. Okay, Razvan versus Beitor. Nothing's changed here after Queen e5. Looks like Beitor's still in the tank. Okay, so here was the second blunder situation. Knight d4 was a complete blunder because of knight c4, which Christian did find. And then the only way to survive this for white is to actually take this rook. Now, if that black took the queen, it's actually winning for white, because after here, go rook c2, protects everything. Even with knight c4, you play knight c6 followed by knight e7. There's enough compensation for white here. But that wasn't the case. Instead, queen d1, which is the actually worst move that white could have done, unfortunately. Black takes to get knight in d4. Rook to b3, another move that doesn't work out. Rook takes, pawn takes. Oh, so he missed actually a better move. So he did take the knight, but the actually stronger move is bishop x f2. And if you take, you go queen check. And now you got a problem. If you go king here, you got queen check. And it's all but over. And if you go here, then it's a knight fork with a queen and a king. Amazing. So after bishop takes knight, rook takes. Oh, this is where we are right now with black. So black has a lot of different options. Clearly is up a piece. All of them are. I'm just looking at the engine real quick. All of them are winning. 95 looks like it's winning even better than all the rest. Yep. So let's see. You never know where I can pull off a miracle, but right now that game looks pretty good. Oh, so he did play. He did play knight a5, which completely is fine. And now the very simple. I'm gonna just take this b pawn. That's the plan for. Oh, pardon me. Or not even take the pawn. Maybe just go queen b2. Oh, white just plays. Well, white just played that really fast. White played rook e3. Yeah, I don't think black cares too much about that pawn. Oh, what do we have here? Okay, so same game. Knight f6, pawn f to f4, queen f5, knight x g4, knight d7, double fork. Looks pretty standard. Knight c4, and then okay, so black. If white decides to take this rook, black's got this pin on the queen, but engine indicates this is all a draw, and white has enough compensation even if losing the queen. Wow, quite something. Give me a second. Just say something real. Okay. Uh-oh, I think something happened here. Queen f6, rook takes, rook takes, rook to e1. Oh no, the advantage is now gone for white because black can just take the pawn. Oh wow, it's crazy how these positions change all the time. And now there's like some real threats here. Wow, it's amazing how fast these games can change. Where are we here? Okay, so pawn takes, knight here. Knight has some great outposts, but this is kind of strong. Two rooks is very strong here in this position. If I was white, oh boy, I don't know. Like, maybe playing here? What's the threats? This is a threat. Takes, queen threat. Yeah, that's bad. I would probably have to play queen e3. Queen e3, rook b4, that's tough. Or even f5 is tough. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, you gotta defend this pawn because this is actually a move that's gonna happen, and then all this can happen, or all this can happen. All right, let's keep it going. There we go. Keep it like this. All right, going back to the main feature match. Oh, G3. Okay, makes sense. Just don't want to get a knight on F4. Black plays queen to D7. This looks like a king G2 move to me personally. Wow, this is just so positional. Anything can happen here. Like this whole lane is seized by black, but the problem is, again, I played Italian games, so I know this well. Having the two bishops lined up, there's nothing that's breaking through here. And as long as white can keep a c3 pawn here to prevent any sort of infiltration, should be okay. Should be okay. Okay. Rook b7 has been played just to protect the pawn. Again, very natural. Black can play this very slow. There's just nothing to do to stop these pawns from falling off. I just think black is in complete troll. Christian FIDE Master has really been playing very well in this game. And for Beitor versus Razvan plays Rook d7, stops the pawn in its tracks. Again, this game looks completely even. Engine says it's a draw. Anything can happen though. There's still over an hour of chess potentially left to play. Who knows? Maybe they'll resign right now, or sorry, maybe they'll offer a draw and call it quits. But no, we don't want that. We want to see some excellent quality chess going at them. Again, it's fun. We want to see more chess, not less. Oh, so we just saw a capture here. Eric just took the rook on c8. Why does Eric have such a huge advantage? What is going on? Oh wow, so rook c8 is actually winning? Oh, because the bishop has to take. The rook can't take because of the knight's hanging. And then knight c6. Oh, what a blunder! Knight c6 with the blunder. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. What a huge blunder that was. Those rooks were so needed in this position. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. 243. Rook xc8 executes the blunder. With knight c6 with the fork. Oh, my God. Eric finds a very, very good move against Ryan. Yeah, and now you take that rook off the board, and now it's going to get a lot easier to break this position with white. You got the one rook left in the game. Wow. Black's still going to fight on, but this is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. Wow. Wow. What? I didn't see it at first because I just saw the eval just went off the scale, and I'm like, what's going on? And then, yeah, wow. Just a tactical mistake. That's it. Now, black can still fight on, but you gotta protect this pawn first. So I think either you play knight b3 or rook a1, and then just suddenly start sending all your pieces slowly in. The rook coming in as a defense. Wow. Wow. Okay, let's keep it going. Okay, this is not looking good. This bishop is not meant for this world. Who knows? White's gonna try and do some sort of tricks, maybe try and find a way to get after this pawn, but I don't know. I don't know if there's any hope. Let's look at all the other games. Oh, so it looks like we had quite a bit of action here. Queen e4, queen f3, rook g8, king h1, rooks trade off the board. Yeah, this is like a dead draw now. Who knows? Maybe someone might play something inaccurate, but Engine says this is a draw. Anything can happen, though. They still have quite a bit of time to analyze. And there we have the resignation. FIDE Master Christian has defeated Ryan. Again, very superior tactics. I've said it before and I'll say it again. Tactics wins games. Always work on your tactics. Not just for discovering them, but also for defense too. Good games, both players. FM Christian takes the win due to tactics. GG's both, GG's. So that was the second game of our 8. We still got 6 more beautiful games left. Anything can happen here. Let's take a look at Rion versus Valerie. Black has the advantage, so White had the advantage, gave it a slip. Now those rooks are kind of like one rook is doing well, but double rooks is not really doing that much when you got knights, pawns in literally in front of Black's king's face. This is gonna be quite something. Once that knight on f8 starts infiltrating, I'm gonna be a little bit scared for White because these rooks can't do anything. They're kind of they're just chilling there. Nothing's happening. But Black's at 6 minutes, so eventually time might become a big concern. But for now, Black is comfortably ahead. Let's go back over here. So Sergey with the white pieces, he's definitely behind. Oh god, what is going on? What? What am I seeing? Okay, queen b4. Okay, queen e7. Queen c4, queen here. Okay, there must be some sort of mistake. Rook should never be going to h1. I think this game is over. Either that or they're going to readjust this in a few seconds. So we'll take a look at back. Come back there, see if everything got fixed. In the meantime, going back to the feature game, we do have g6 played. So again, controlling f5 square. So again, both players are just preventing each other from trying to wiggle any sort of possible advantage, stuff like that. And then we have queen e2 for Grandmaster Sean. So very positional game. Engine says it's all a draw, but again, we know in these situations, draw is not going to be 100%. Anything can happen here. Anything can happen. Wow. Okay, so we're back here. Yeah, knight b3 to protect the pawn. Bishop b7. Try to set something. Try and to set some sort of battering ram on an a6 b7, targeting to f3. However, I still think this is kind of hopeless. White has so many options. Bishop b4 is a good one. f5 can come in. That's a problem. Bishop can go back. Exhibit weakness on e6. Rook c1 hasn't even taken control of this lane yet, which after that, knight c5 or a lot of things can happen to start exchanging pieces and just get down to that queen rook versus queen anything endgame. In which case, 9 out of 10 times White's is going to win with those pieces. So anything is truly possible here, but White has a significant advantage in this position. It's continuing on. I'm pretty sure that game is over. We got over here knight. So we do have knight x f3. Yeah, you got to get rid of that knight. That knight's way too powerful. And now, what's the way to do this? Do you want to take with the pawn here? You want to take with the pawn here? If I was black, I'd take with the g pawn. You don't want to exchange your rook with one rook. You want to keep those rooks there just in case. That seems like the best move. And then once you exchange the rook here and you go king g1, now you have options. You can try and bring your knight in. Actually, you maybe even g5 is not a... Then they go here, and then you can play, take the free pawn, get the knight involved. These rooks are stunned. They're not doing anything this game. Nothing's happening. Rooks are not going to do anything for now. As long as black maintains all this pressure and just doesn't let the rooks try and breathe. Very close. That was a draw game until that tactic. Okay. What do we have here? King to g2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This looks pretty draw. Black's going to try and race and get their king to the center as well. I like black a little bit better because of its pawn structure, but once that knight goes to like d4, it's going to control a lot of scores as well. So for now, black, it's more going to be a race to see who can utilize their kings better, see if someone can squeeze out a possible pawn advantage, which could lead to a win. But right now, this is draw. Still plenty of time left between these two competitors. Okay, so our feature match today between Grandmaster Sean and International Master David, we got Knight F6 played from Knight H5. So refocusing on putting some pressure on the pawns. Maybe that's it. Ooh, Knight F3. I thought White was thinking about getting rid of this knight, but maybe the White wants to get rid. Maybe White wants to get rid of the knight with a knight, and then get the pawn. However, this is probably likely going to happen, and then King G7, and then this looks all drawish again. Oh wait, there is these tactics, right? Yeah, let's not bother with that. Oh wait, what happened? Oh, hold on, something doesn't make sense here. Move order got messed up. Something doesn't make sense here. Why are the knights both going to different spots? Okay, we're gonna just wait and let the arbiters fix that game. Yeah, so G was checked. GXF was taken. King went to G1, and then G5 was played. So yeah, this is very well played for black right now. All the best moves are being played, and with a low time pressure. So kudos, they got to keep it up. I don't know what's going on with game one. I think something screwed up with them. I think they're analyzing something. Oh, they might have. There might have been a draw offer. Yeah, there could have been a draw offer here, and now they're just like they're moving the knights and analyzing. I think that might have been it, but we'll see. The arbiters will fix it. In the meantime, I know for certain those moves didn't happen. So, okay, so White is waiting here. I think David and Sergey. I think that game is over too. Black's just kind of like time is just going out. So we have this game, which is A3 has been played. A3 has been played by Beitor. So what's the best move here? Knight simple. Go after the pawn. Queen c5 to maybe play g4. There's a lot of different options. Rasmussen definitely has all the the moves to try and figure this out. This looks simple enough. Try trade off. I see. Okay, so you just can't take that off. You have to like defend everything first. Okay, let's see what happens. So Queen H6 has been played. The problem is that Queen's not gonna be able to do anything here, fortunately. So even something simple as taking a pawn might work. When is the knight gonna come in? Here to here, here to here. Honestly, maybe just taking a pawn. This is simple. Because after take the pawn, maybe they go rook here, a5, push the pawn. Oh wow, this is actually devastating. Okay, yeah, this is completely over. Unfortunately, this is game over. This was a very fun game. A lot of tactics. So White's still thinking out the best move here. Yeah, I really like this move. Chad, if you guys had a choice, which game would you consider to be the best game so far today? Many good ones. This one was a good one too. Okay, so Black has continued fighting on. Going after the weak pawns. Probably going to go back to rook e4 after. Makes complete sense. Pardon me. Okay, so f6 has been played. This is a very standard idea. You're going to play the rook on e7 and just send it over to h7. So White's counterattacking by probably thinking of playing g4, but I don't know how that's going to stop that. Probably not. So White's probably going to go to g5, and then after rook here, they're going to play the rook on e. Queen on g4, threatening to trade the queen. So obviously we don't want the queens traded. So not the most effective way of winning this. Not the most effective way of winning this. So it looks like the best move here is you want to still take this pawn. It's very underrated, but the pawn needs to go. If you do anything else, it's not going to work out well. And then these rooks are going to live again. Okay. Gotta take that pawn. Very important. Okay, going over here. Knight e8 was played, and Beitor played queen to b4. Okay. Not queen d5. So the only thing about this move is queen e3 is kind of sticks out right now. I'll play g6 to protect this pawn. Yeah, I think this pawn is you gotta put the queen here. I like black more in this position. But depends. Let's see if queen e3. Oh, queen e3 was found immediately. Uh-oh. Queen e3 was found. And now queen e1 for white, maybe? Or queen c3? I think we have no choice but to play queen c3. Oh boy. See what happens. Yeah, I think this ended in a draw. I just have this. So if it's a draw, then Sean has taken the first prize of the March 2024 Open Championship held at the Excelsior Chess Club. If that's the case, congratulations. Amazing. Not that you need me to tell you that, but just watching your games and commentary, unbelievable thing. Really good. Okay, so we have some movement here. Rook a4, a3 to block it, and d4 to open up the position. White should take, and then prevent this pawn from falling. This is still very drawish. Still very drawish, though. Okay, so we have black tanking for quite a while. And then decided to play g5. Ah, that makes sense. g5 to go after the f pawn. The problem is, if I was white, I would just play knight e4 and try and just trade off everything. So g4, knight takes, f here. This doesn't do anything because you just go about here. And if you do this first, I don't know, queen f1 maybe, followed by queen here. It's tough to say. It's very tough to say. But I think a knight e4 at a minimum is the best move. Okay, so officially that means we have 1, 2, 3, 4 games left. Okay. Okay, so pawn was taken finally on b4. And then rook e3. And now it's black's decision. Wow, so black really had a significant advantage earlier, but now it's not that clear. It's not that clear. It's still a little bit advantage, but if these rooks activate, it's gonna be a hard to fight this. Hard to fight this. Black has 17 seconds left. Okay, let's just watch. Knight d7. Are we going to see a knight c5 or knight e5? Ooh. Okay. For an engine, that loses all your advantage because now rook f e1's coming, and this pawn can't be held much longer. Interesting. Wow. Yeah, if rook f e1 is found, white has a chance to get this into a possible draw. Okay, back to here. Beitor is still in the tank. Back to here. Knight to g5 or knight to g4. Pawn takes. Knight e5 is a possibility. Oh, rook takes c3. Knight to d5. Wow, this knight's so good. And this pawn is hanging too. Black is now a little bit ahead. For sure. And white played rook f e1. So now black plays rook to e5. But white's now ahead. g4 is actually considered good for white here. Oh, wow. Yep, that pawn is going down. Because if you play here, you can't play this, because this infiltrates. And then if you go here and go back, it's going to trade. Take a pawn. And that's a significant pawn to take. Now, still kind of drawish, though, but... better a second ago. Wow. Anyone's game, but black has 30 seconds left. That's going to be tough. Okay, so after g5, h3, and followed by h5. Makes perfect sense. White's got to decide what to do here. Again, knight e4 is pretty good. Rook c1 is a good idea too, but Black's basically all in. Black's gonna send that pawn to g4, try and make things happen. Simple as that. How many guys we have? We have 3 watching today. Okay. Okay, so g4 has been played. So White's got to play queen h7. It's the only move. You play f4, queen infiltrates. It's not going to be good for black. Oh my god. Queen f4 has been played. Why? Why queen f4? Because at minimum, there's 3 attackers anyway on the pawn. Oh no! Black just misplayed with so much little time left, and now you just gotta blow through with rook e4. No, this is gonna be. I think this is over. Yeah, this is not gonna look good. Maybe the plan is takes, queen c1, king a2, and queen f1 to try for checkmate. But if black takes, you just got. Oh yeah, but there's a mate in one already. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. Well, no, let's just keep it on the screen. So, oh, queen d2 was played after 7 seconds left. Black could still take this. Sorry, white could still take this. For sure. Damn. For sure. Black could definitely... White could definitely take the rook on e5. And you can't take it with the knight because then the pawn on f6 hangs. But white's gonna take his time. But yeah, that's the problem with time pressure. You get that low on time. Queen h7 to a queen f4. It's a big difference. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, it's a big difference. Okay, so there was a move. Rook e1. Yeah, taking a pawn. I think taking a pawn is just still worth. Would this work? Rook d7. Queen d1. Queen a2. Oh, you just take the pawn. Yeah. I think black is in control now of this position. With the queen e3. Okay, this game's still going on. Still looking very drawish. Yeah, this is a... It takes some significant moves to make someone win this position, but this looks pretty drawish, even with the extra pawn black has. Okay, white's still tanking here after h5. And bishop e3 has been played. Bishop e3 has been played. So immediately, the first thought is knight d5, because at least you can attack the bishop and defend 5. That's at least that's an idea for black. But yeah, knight d5. Mm-hmm. Okay, so a couple of changes were made here. Queen f8, rook takes, queen to d2, rook takes, pawn takes. Okay. Rook f1 has to be played. You gotta just slow off the mating possibilities, and then let the queen do the job. Infiltrate further. Yeah, rook f1, gotta get safety first. Okay, what is the next move? We have a h5, attacking the knight. Knight e5 looks pretty natural here. Still looks to be a very equal endgame. White's taking time. White is taking time. Okay, so black plays queen a8 to a7 to attack here. Sorry, queen a8 to b8. That's what I meant to say. And white says, go, just take the pawn. If this takes, then you just go here, and now it has to be a trade. And now you're just winning with that exchange rook. Hmm. Yeah, apparently bishop xg5 is the right move here. I don't know if white's going to find that, though. It's a little tricky. But definitely want to trade off the queens. Just make this a little bit easier. Black wants to keep the queens on, of course, in this game. Oh, so we have some moves here. We take the pawn, queen c5, and now knight takes. Rook e3. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough. Definitely, Grandmaster Rasvan is ahead for sure. Queen D1 looks like to be the next move. And after King A2, even something simple as A5 or could help out a lot. And that's just like someone's chess, but like trying to win this position. Okay. And black plays Bishop XG5. Plays the top engine move. Queen XG2 is immediately played. White's going to play Queen XG2. And we're going to see some queens leave the board right now. So this is going to make it easier for White to convert, I believe. I think that it's just a matter of time. White has the equal amount of pawns with Black, but that rook on A1 will come out, and when it comes out, it's going to have it be a vengeance. So yeah, we will see. Still a lot of time left. Over here, Black's getting more active, but again, like this is going to be a draw. 4th to 3 pawns. The knight can just sack itself to take one of Black's pawns, and it's going to be a draw. No rook, king versus rook can win in an endgame. Checkmate. It's just not happening. But you never know. Someone can make a mistake. So we got one game here, one game over here. Then the last one, oh no, there's 4 games, sorry. So 1, 2, and then we got this crazy game over here. So what did we see? So we saw DXE5. Oh, so instead of rook F1, we played queen B1, but that, oh, that could have been a mistake, because knight C5 could have come in. Ooh. Luckily, Black didn't notice that. 4. Very nice. Queen F5 is a good way of infiltrating again. If you get this going, then you can get 2 pawns and then keep the pass pawn. It's coming down to the wire. Down to the wire. Coming down to the wire. So E5 was played. Bishop takes, knight takes, knight C4. Pawn takes, knight D6, and it's just controlling all these. I don't know. Still, maybe Eric still probably has to earn the win. This is still very complicated. But he's got to get the. He's got to eventually, like, the rook has to get in. He's got to stop defending this pawn. It's the only reason why the rook has not entered the fray yet. Nice, nice. Oh. Okay, so after rook rook E3, queen to G4. Restaurant still has the time advantage and the board advantage. Beitor is taking time, trying to figure out the best here. Anything can happen here. Anything can happen here. Let's go back to, okay, so we got some exchanges. So E5, DX E5, bishop, or knight X E5. Engines such as bishop e2, I like that. I like bishop f5 as well. Maybe we just gotta get rid of... We just gotta get the rook in this game. Get the rook in, figure it out, find a way to get this bishop off on d8 temporarily so we can play with the rook and then defend it through more normal ways like this. Yeah, I'll remind everyone what the best move is like. If it's not fast. Okay. What is white gonna do? White plays queen c2. A little on the passive side, defending that pawn. Oh, and that's a completely missed opportunity because now black can play knight c5. Black can play knight c5, and if rook xe3, e4 is coming in. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, because after e4, the pawn on f6 is protected because the queen on d4 is protecting it. Oh wow. Hey, this game's far from over. But the problem is black has 24 seconds to figure this out. Let's see what happens. Ten seconds. Yeah, I figured he was gonna figure knight c5 for sure. But now it's a completely, according to engine, this is a complete draw. So we shall see what happens. Queen c6 been played, and rook d8 has been played. Hey, keep going. Rook d3, instantly knight f2. Oh no, that's a significant disadvantage. Rook f3 affects the knight and the pawn on a3. Oh, so apparently black had a big advantage earlier already. Just got expanded. Darn. Well, let's see if rook f3 is found out. If you play rook f3 and then black plays king g1, 3 here. You just take the pawn and now you're going for... Yeah, this is unfortunately this is gonna end soon. Unless black misses a move. Wow. Crazy game. Okay, so we have knight xe5, so white's still tanking, trying to find the best move here. Again, white is winning, but this is not so easy to play. A lot of factors to consider. Okay, so after rook d8, Beator's played queen to b6, attacking the rook. And unfortunately, according to the engine, that doesn't do well, because queen d1 comes in, and after king f2, you got knight e4. And this can't be taken, because if you take it, it's check here, and it mates. Wow. And then maybe d2. Question is, can Razvan find queen d1? I think he's gonna find it. Yeah, I think he's gonna find it. I have this feeling. I think Razvan's gonna find queen d1. And it's like almost 5. Or like almost -5 if it's found. I'll just keep it here for a bit. Anything's possible here. Okay, let's take a look at the other games real quick. Oh, wow. A lot has happened here. Okay, so we know this trade. Okay, bishop c2, knight d5. Bishop takes. Fork on c2. But now rook c1 is so good. And now you don't have to worry. See, oh, I don't understand. The only reason why this rook wasn't active is because this bishop on d8 was attacking this pawn the entire time. But now the rook is finally able to come out and play. You don't want to let the rook out. Rook c1 is just so good. And then after knight e3, rook goes right to c7, and now it's gonna get to work. Oh, I don't know. I think White's gonna win this for sure. There's no doubt. Razvan hasn't moved yet. We got the game between Noah and Larry. So after, so rook d3. Black did find the winning move, rook f3. Rook g1. King went over here. And now, very simple conversion. Take the knight, or take the pawn with the knight. Rook takes, pawn to a4, and there's a lot of ways to do this. You could go king g6. This is not gonna work. Maybe if black misplays something, white might have a chance, but usually in this position, black's gonna take it. And then the final position here. Black still with 50 seconds left. Just played a4. Yeah, I like this position. Oh, this is tough. This is tough. Wait, we have queen c1. Queen c1 can potentially do queen Oh, wait a minute. This is a cool sequence. So queen c1. Let's say pawn goes. This, if you check here, you can't go this way. You have to go here. Because if you go here, you can actually check. Oh, and then maybe. Oh, never mind. You don't have to take the queen. You can just move the king away. You're right. Can't do this because then this wouldn't work. Ah. So no, queen c1 is the only chance to try and fight for a draw. Otherwise, these pawns are just going to keep coming in. It's getting interesting. Black has 14 seconds to figure this out. So again, all the pressure is on black right now. And black plays. Oh, sorry. Queen c1 was played. King g7. Now white's tanking again. Oh, and Razvan found it. He found the right sequence. He found queen d1, king a2, and knight e4. Yeah, I had a feeling he was going to find it. And this is completely winning. White has to go knight e2. But then queen d6 happens. And then there's a trade. And then now 6 pawns to 4. This is going to be... Razvan's going to pull away with the win. Well played. Anything could still go on, but I think this game is over. Let's go back to our... let's go back to here. Wait, what? Okay. Oh, he should have, uh-oh. Yeah, this is not good because after you take the pawn, you get a check again, and now they're going to check this. Oh no, this is kind of a draw now. I think black screwed up. Man, endgames are tough. Endgames are tough. Okay, black still has 34 seconds left here, so let's just keep an eye on this game. Keep an eye on this game. What does white do? White is queen e3, king h2. Queen e3. Hold on. So if I go queen e3 and they take. Oh, then the goal is to go h4 and try and break through. Why can't I go h4 now? Oh, because e3 stops that because of this. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, queen e3 looks really good. d6. Is that just a distraction? d6? d6. Queen x d6. Oh man, I don't know. Wow, this is putting pressure on black for sure. I think you just gotta take the pawn. Knight d3. Well, now queen e3 looks very simple play. Oh no, I think this is advantage for white. Yeah, the time trouble. Knight d3 was too ambitious. Just take the pawn. Queen e3 looks really good here. Queen e3 looks really good here. Oh no. Damn. Okay, let's see what's happening. Knight e4. Ooh. Knight to h3. So apparently the winning move is c3. Wow. Oh wow, because of this move. That's amazing. And Beator's on 43 seconds left. It's tough. If we see C3, sorry, if we see C3, there might be a resignation. Yeah, C3 happened. I think we're going to see a resignation right now. What a tough game. With some of the best players in Canada. What a good game. What a game between Razvan and Beitor. What a game. Okay. Beitor still plays on. Good games, guys. Good games. Razvan takes it and secured second place because I believe Sean got the draw. At least when we check the standings, when it's updated, it should show the draw. I'm pretty sure it is showing it. I'm pretty sure it was a agreed draw. Good games, good games. Let's go back to this game. It's pretty good. Uh, this is where it gets a little bit drawish. And what about here? Yeah, Black's just low on time. White and now has a significant advantage. Oh boy. Let's see how this is converted. Rook should be taking both pawns. That's the only way to. Yep. Yep, pawn takes, pawn takes. Rook x b6. Oh wow, this is you just play rook b7 and just game holds itself. Yeah, it's just only a matter of time. Unless white makes a huge slip, but now you don't even lose the pawn on d7, unfortunately, because black decides to push the pawns on a and b. So now just constant threat is just going to stay here. I think we'll see a resignation from black soon. I hate to say it. Black played really well, but just when you're low on time for that amount of time, you're just gonna miss the move. It just is what it is. What it is. Shame. 4 seconds left. Plays 95. Yep, rook xb2 is good. Rook b5 is the easiest way to do this. So if knight takes, you just smoke the pawn on. And then you got these two passers. King itself can shut down the pawn from pushing. Okay, we just saw the move knight e3. Bishop g5 is really strong though. Both timers were at 3 minutes. Yeah, bishop g5 is super strong. Actually, there's a nice little trick, knight f1, because then if you take, black takes here and then takes the bishop, then this falls. That's completely over. Checking the other games. Oh, looks like we're going to a dead draw. Black was ahead, but White found a way to make this a draw, so. How much time do you have left? Yeah, they got plenty of time. Yeah, this game's still going, so. Oh, I see. White just gave up the rook, hit the knight, and just go for the easy win. Yeah, nothing's stopping this. You just push the pawn. You don't even need to take it. You can go all the way around and grab that pawn. Now f2. Yeah, so it's like this, and it's nothing's stopping this. We should see a resignation now. Black knows it can't stop this. Good games. Valerie defeats Rian. That was very well played by both. What a tough game that was for both players. And a good game to close out the tournament. Good game, both of you. Okay, who do we have left? We got Larry versus Noah. Then we got Ryan versus Eric. And Eric has won due to resignation. Congratulations, Eric. We ended it with 3.5 points. That's very good. I think you're tied for third, I believe. GG's all around. This was a really well played game. Again, this was just very tactical, but that one move that really sealed the deal was this tactic here. Rook c8 at that moment. And Eric did find it, and I think that really changed the game for sure. From there, it wasn't easy to convert it, but you eventually did. So kudos to you. Very well played. Tough game for both players. And now is all she wrote. The classic endgame, rook pawn versus rook pawn. This is a complete draw, but again, draws don't matter when it comes to humans. Anyone can make a mistake. Anybody. Anything can happen. So we shall see. Ooh, me. Rook c6. Can't you do like rook b? Isn't rook b3? Back. Maybe here. This is too tough. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough game between both to try and see who can. This is still a draw. It takes one slip. One slip. One slip. Be tough to say here. As long as white's rook is behind a black pawn, there's going to be constant checks of the king, unless there's a way to for the black rook to block the check. But then again, then this pawn keeps pushing up too, so it's just, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens though. We'll see what chat thinks. Is it going to be a draw or not? White's taking a while. Oh, sorry. I missed all the moves. So rook b3, rook h6, king d5, rook h4, pawn e4. Rook, yes, you see, this is when the right rook goes all the way to the end. It's just gonna be infinite checks. So black can take this pawn, but white's just gonna non-stop check. So, and the problem is black's pawn is in front of the white king, so that's another whole other issue too. Yep. King c4, and then target. Then go back to rook e4, and just keep checking that way. Yeah, keep checking. Yeah, there's no way. It's impossible to convert. But draws are never bad, truly, in tournaments, especially at this strength. So, should be definitely a kudos to both players. It's not easy. Never easy. Hmm. I wonder if they agreed to a draw because White's not moving at all. White would check this position. I guess there's no way to know. Wait, what? Okay, that's just not cool. Oh, I didn't know. See, the board was frozen, so it didn't update the actual game that took place. I didn't know any of these moves happened. That is so silly. It was stuck in one position, so I thought it was a draw. And even the timer showed it. I guess when they reset it... Oh, wow. Nice conversion. I didn't know that. So Sean did actually win his game. That's so silly. Okay, I blame chess.com for this. Okay, and it looks like we just got the final game. There's a draw between Noah and Larry. Good job to both of them. And so that leads to the successful completion of this tournament, at least for the top section. I don't know if there's other sections are still running right now. Unfortunately, we couldn't get the Sean and David game fully showing. That's just tragic. We were following the game so well, then it just froze. So we didn't know that this game actually completed until they did the update. So that's unfortunate issue with technology that happens. Um, but yeah, great showing of games. Again, excellent chess. A lot. It's amazing how one move could just change everything, and it's crazy how these guys are under pressure, both uh, all folks, and they're just finding the right ways to win the game. So kudos to everyone. It was a pleasure for me, Vegereness, to be your official streamer for um, the March Championship in 2024 for the Excelsior Chess Club. They are gonna they are hosting more tournaments every week. If you're interested, even watching like some of these games play, go to chess results. You'll see under Canada, you'll see Excelsior have chess tournaments every week. You can go to the official license, official distributor of like the game. So usually we put them on chess.com or on Elite Chess. Again, follow either one, whatever works for you, and just watch some of the great games that are taking place here. So if you want to see more, know more about Excelsior Chess Club, we do have an Instagram. Just look us up, Excelsior Chess Club. It's very simple on Instagram, and you can look us up on our new YouTube channel where all this content, all the videos, everything that I've discussed and commentary on, it will be uploaded very shortly, or like give me a day or two. But my name is Vegereness. Thank you so much for watching. This was a very fun thing to do, and yeah, can't wait to do it again. So thanks to all the streamers. Thanks to all the subscribers. Hellos. That's always entertaining. Keep my energy up while broadcasting by myself, but it's all good. All right, take care. Bye, everybody. Have a good one.